have a number of speakers in the public forum, which I'll get to in due course. So firstly, I'll just open with karakia, tuia karunga, tuia tararo, tuia karoto, tuia tuaho, tuia tātou te tangata, ki te kaupapa o te hui nei, ki te kaupapa o te rangi nei, Māori ora, kia tātou katoa. Welcome along to the meeting. Do we have attendees on Zoom? Possibly at least one. Okay, thank you. So again, mixed meeting, so just remember, use microphones. If you are on Zoom, same thing, put your hand up. We'll try and make sure we include you in the questions and conversation. Meeting's been live streamed, so for those who wish to see it online, fire exits through the door in the back, toilets to your left. The media are present, maybe taking some photos. Max, thank you for informing me over the course of the day, just so people are aware. And I will now move to apologies. We have apology from Councillor Mailing. Someone move, please. Councillor Kinnemont, seconded Councillor Hume. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. And now we move to public forum. So we've got two speakers. And so one is a presentation from the Howard Valley Forest Recreational Stakeholder Group. As an organisation, you get 10 minutes. And then also the Motueka Aquatic Centre Fundraising Committee, also group, so 10 minutes. And I'll just take them in that order. So Howard Valley Forest Recreational Stakeholders, if you'd like to go first, please. So yes, so welcome. You got 10 minutes. I'll give you a little wave or no, I won't give you a ding on the bell. I'll just at about 9 if you are still talking at that point. Cheers.
Thank you. We have timed our presentation out to about 6 minutes, so we have allowed for questions. Brace yourself. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Ange van der Laan aho. I am a regional field advisor to Heringa Anuku, the Outdoor Access Commission. Okay, where do I? Oops, here we go. Magic touch. Just a little bit of context. Well, firstly, this is Graham Ferrier from the Nelson Tramping Club, and this is Liz Estrip from the Mountain Bike Trails Trust. They will be speaking to their specific interests after me. I'm just going to give you a really super quick overview of the Commission for those of you who aren't familiar with our work. We were created by the 2008 Walking Access Act. It was in some ways a response to land tenure review, with concerns about public access. We have a government-appointed board. Our current chair is Don Cameron. Some of you may know him. At our head office in Wellington, we have around 17 FTEs. There are 13 regional field advisors, which I am one of. My area is top of the south, so Nelson, Tasman, Marlborough and Kaikoura. Huge area. We are all about free, certain and enduring access. We work with DOC, councils, LINZ, Fish and Game, tramping clubs, mountain bike groups, NZDA, you name it. We're in discussion with them if it's about access. We also work a lot with trails groups and private landowners to create new access. I'm going to hand over to Graham.
Thanks, Ange. I'm Graham Ferrier, President of the Nelson Tramping Club, and supporting me today we've got representatives from the Waimea Tramping Club, Motueka Tramping Club, and we have apologies from the Marlborough Tramping Club. We came together when we were having trouble getting access to Mount Richmond Forest Park to work as a group and to get a louder voice. And we've managed to get improved access to Mount Forest Park by working through the Forestry Stewardship Council in particular. So we also coming together to get better communication with DOC during their period of massive change. So we are very interested in all public access, including Howard Forest, obviously.
Good morning. I'm Liz Escrick with the Mountain Bike Trails Trust. I'm a trustee. The trust was formed by my husband, Alan Escrick, in 2014, and he brought with him a wealth of survey experience. The trust looks at opportunities for developing new trails, maintaining existing trails, and with the help of volunteers, and we provide access for all types of riders and their multi-use tracks in general. We have 50 kilometres at St Arnaud with the cooperation of DOC, and we are currently building at Kainui in 141 Forest, which is just south of the Waiiti Domain. We're currently building a bike park there.
Collectively, our aim is to protect public access to the public conservation land and to areas of recreation, historic and scenic interest. Because once access is lost, we've compromised the future for the next generations, and our population's growing and the need for escape from the modern technology is increasing all the time. Being in the outdoors is good for our physical, mental and emotional health. And as an aside, Nelson, Tasman has the highest participation across the whole country in both walking, biking and e-biking. So having access to tracks and a variety of tracks is quite critical. Population growth and tourism, as we're well aware, puts pressure on the existing network. So we've got to protect what we've got and where possible, get interconnections and add to it. And in addition, that public access is critical to for trapping groups and whatnot to protect our biodiversity, which again is another national priority.
Oh, that's not very good, is it? Sorry. Not that, please. Sorry, that's shocking. Okay, so the Howard Forest in 2025, TDC apologies. In 2025, TDC announced through its communications channels that it was creating a resilience fund from the sale of the Howard Forest, which we applaud. Good idea. But that sparked an interest from us to have a look at the Howard Forest. So we could see immediately it adjoins PCL, so the Glen Hope Scenic Reserve. Once I reached out to stakeholders, it was clear there was significant public access interest, and the area provides, and the route that we're interested in provides a unique and historically fascinating experience. Actually, not just the route we're interested in, the entire area is of significant historic significance. So we were in comms, well, I specifically was in comms with the TDC enterprise team, who weren't initially aware that there was a public access interest, but do now, and have recently confirmed for us that it will be surveyed, the whole block will be surveyed, and Monument Road, which leads to the Glen Hope Scenic Reserve and the historic Booth's Cottage, will be legalised as a road, which is a fantastic outcome. There will be reserves created along Louis Creek, Coleman Creek and another unnamed creek, and the council has agreed to an easement over the mountain bike and tramping route from the forest to Lewis Creek. This is all amazing, but there is one small problem.
The problem is that the track as it stands today goes through private land, which is the Fleming's property. My husband, Alan, had a verbal agreement with Norman Fleming for access and maintaining that track. But the Fleming family is in a state of disruption. They've had 3 deaths, and they have a will yet to be settled, which will influence the ownership of the land or how it's governed. And we reached out to the family. I have contacted 3 of them, and unfortunately at this time it's unlikely that they will maintain our access there. We did want to legalise that access with them, but it seems it won't happen. So now we are asking that the council make a legal allowance for a track through the forest that they're about to sell. And this will give us time to scope out a new track. It would be a hand-built track through to continue the route down into Louis Creek. It's only a matter of about 600 metres from the monument where we enter the council forest down into Louis Creek. But a track would take considerably more than that because there is quite a steep portion in that route. So we would need time to suss that out. Do you want to speak to that, Matt? As you can see, that just shows where the track actually enters the Fleming property, which is seen in the blue there. And the track that we are proposing would go from the monument, which is where it is leaving the reserve land through the TDC forest and down into Louis Creek.
Sorry, just to interrupt, just for clarification, the TDC land is the pale orange land, and the route goes up Porika Road down into the Glen Hope Scenic Reserve, does that big loop down the bottom there, then continues northeast, and then it pops into the blue Fleming land and then pops back out again. So that concludes our presentation. So thank you very much for listening to us. And just to summarise, what we are asking for is TDC has already agreed to survey off the existing route. And what we are saying is the existing route pokes into private land that we can't secure at this moment in time. So we are asking you to agree to legally securing a future route. We don't know how that is possible, but I understand it is, possibly through letter of agreement with a future owner. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you. So you have literally landed right on 10 minutes. So despite your best efforts at timing, it's always challenging to get it right. And we generally don't take questions in public forum, but obviously, given the questions you've asked and the specifics around it, we will need to get our staff to report to us on the process that we're currently in, what your request means, is there legal possibilities around it, and if there is, what are the issues we need to grapple with. So thank you very much for coming in. Very clear presentation. I assume we've got a copy of it and you've also engaged with our staff, so they're obviously aware of it. So thank you very much.
Kia ora. Thank
Cheers. Next up, we have the Motueka Aquatic Centre Fundraising Committee. So Ross and Liz, welcome. So I think there's been a recirculation of the key points that the group is going to make. So that is currently in front of councillors. So same thing, Ross, over to you, 10 minutes. I'll give you a nod at 9-ish.
How do we get started?
Just put something up there now, one more.
Okay, I'll start before the graphic arrives up there. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you all today. I'll take you quickly through what I scripted a day or so ago, so there's time for any clarification at the end of it, any questions. The 2022 feasibility study concluded there is sufficient need for a heated year-round community aquatic facility in Motueka. A facility costing $20 million was included in the latest LTP. Land was purchased, and last year $1 million was rephased into this year's plan. These have all been essential steps and demonstrate TDC process and commitment. We've had a serious fundraising plan. We have a serious fundraising plan relaunched in October under the banners of Every Drop Counts and Let's Pull Together. Support and money has flowed from across the community. No, it doesn't want to do it for me. Motueka Lions and Rotary are key supporters, as are the Swim Club and RSA. Other groups from Men's Shed and retirement villages are contributing to fundraising efforts. The Motueka Community Board and Golden Bay Community Boards have both provided letters of support. We're well supported across the business community, and Motueka is fully behind the project. Count Me In posters are in many retail and service businesses. There is now $750,000 in the bank and another $700,000 committed in pledges. We anticipate $1 million from Rata and lotteries. So on a good day, we're more than halfway. Key issues from the community were what happened to the donations I gave years ago, and will it ever really happen? The donations still exist in MBS, apart from specific design and feasibility studies cost across 2 earlier proposals. The LTP and annual plan, along with the land purchase, are evidence that it will happen. The procurement process is professionally developed by TDC staff and needs to continue. The last couple of months have been very hard. Donations and pledges given in good faith would be seriously undermined if the process does not continue as planned. If that faith is undermined, money donated in pledges would evaporate, and that is real money. Community belief in TDC as a partner would be destroyed, and obtaining community co-funding for facilities becomes impossible now and in the future. Rata and lotteries funding requires planning approval. The planning process has to be completed so that we can secure this funding. That has been the carrot. Community support is high, fundraising is trucking along, and the stick. If community funding is ever to be a thing, then TDC has to stay the course. Now for some more carrots. It's all about the swimming and the pools that serve everyone. It will be used across a wider span of the community than any other community facility. Starting at the beginning, toddlers discovering water for the first time, then early learn to swim where really warm water is vital. Older learners migrate to the lane pool. It continues through afternoons hanging out with friends, swim training and learning different water sports. Then lane swimming for fitness or cross training. Swimming for fitness with its low impact attribute is something that can go on forever. Paralleling that is aqua aerobics with boards, balls, snakes. Hydrotherapy is a major focus, with all of us experiencing someone who has swum their way back to health. The over 65 population in Motueka will increase from 23% to 32% over the next 20 years. The disabled community makes great use of swimming facilities. Few community facilities bring so many people together across every age and stage of life. That is the power of a pool. Drowning statistics cannot be rose-tinted. Over December and January, 30 people have drowned in New Zealand, and a couple in the last couple of days. This is a region with rivers, lakes, and wonderful Tasman Bay, and an objective should be that everyone can swim. Liz is just going to give a talk on her involvement with her son.
Thanks, Ross. I live in Rewaka, part of the Motueka community. When my youngest son, Zach, was in year 7, he attended swim lessons at Motueka School Pool during the summer. Prior to this, he'd tried football, touch, and a few other sports, but hadn't stuck with anything. So when he said he wanted to take up competitive swimming, I was all for it. But over the next couple of years, he realised that swimming competitively requires training all year. So for the next 4 years, I drove him to Richmond to train with Waimea Swim Club at least 5 times per week. It's a 43-kilometre one-way trip from our house to the aquatic centre. And over the 4 years, it's a lot of kilometres in my car. We calculated over 90,000 kilometres and a huge amount of my time. He managed to get to a national competitive level, so it was great. But I now know of 3 young, highly talented fast swimmers from Motueka whose parents have just started the commitment of driving them to Richmond 5 times a week for a sport they love. And I really hope their parents have the means to keep those kids swimming. I'm incredibly grateful for what swimming has given Zach. He has just moved to Dunedin and signed up for the Otago University Swim Club and loves the short walk from his hostel to the pool. Motueka is desperate for a pool. It's a resource, as Ross said, that all age groups use. And I hope that the future Motueka teenage swimmers can be part of the competitive swimming community without the massive obstacle of the daily commute. Thanks.
So let me wrap up the case for a heated indoor aquatic centre. Our community desperately wants and needs this pool. We estimate we're more than halfway to reaching the fundraising goal. We have the infrastructure, profile, momentum, and partnerships to finish the job. It's now or never. This is not some glitzy project with hydrosides or wave pools. It's about providing practical facility and for our community needs. Aquatic centres are a core part of a thriving community. With the Motueka Aquatic Centre, we can create something that will serve our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. It's a chance for you, the councillors of this moment, to leave a lasting legacy. I'm proud to be part of this great project for Tasman, and I hope you are too. So let's pull together.
Thank you, Ross. There is about a minute and a half if there's any questions of clarification, not debate, but clarification for anything that Ross has either provided as part of their written thing or spoken to today. If not, Timo.
Hey Ross, do we know whether that pool would be covering its cost?
The one word answer is no, of course. Every pool in New Zealand has got community funding as well as the fees to enter it.
Okay, thank you. Right. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Liz. Thank you for both coming in and speaking today.
Thank you for this opportunity. I really enjoyed being able to come and meet the people I've been working to. And
I'm sure regardless of our particular views around the pool in general, I'm sure everyone appreciates the massive amount of work that the fundraising committee have been doing in order to get to the place that you have so far. So thank you for the work that all of you do.
Thank you.
Right. Next up, we will move into declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest in relation to today's agenda? If not, thank you. Late items. It says no. I thought there was one in relation to property. It's not. Oh, it's an amendment. Okay. All right. Cool. So it's just an update. Cool. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. So the open minutes from the 12th of February meeting. Someone moved. They were true and correct record. Councillor Kinnemont seconded. Deputy Mayor Maru, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Confidential minutes. Same meeting. Moved Deputy Mayor Maru, seconded Councillor Kinnemont, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried.
Just all cursing because our system's just rebooted. Okay.
Oh. And right. Yeah, there's something to be said for the old days of printing off the book. Right. So next up is the amendments to the delegations register. So item 7.1. It says taken as read. You can present it from there if you're the person responsible. So just click on your microphone.
Through the chair, I would just, this is administrative and updates to the delegations register, and I would take it as read.
Thank you. Is someone prepared to move the resolution in relation? Councillor Neubauer and Councillor Ellis. All in.
Okay.
Councillor Greening.
Are we having a general discussion about it, or are we just moving it?
I wasn't anticipating a great general discussion about it, given it's, as the staff reporting officers pointed out, pretty much administrative, but I'll open it up.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for finally getting around to addressing the matter that we raised during the terms of reference. So thank you for that. But there was another question raised together with this particular matter, which was the warrants, the terms of reference. So there were two questions. The question about inclusion of a Waimea advisory group in the terms of reference, and the other question was in relation to whether there should be a single person signing the warrants or two signatories. At the moment, I think the terms of reference is one signatory, the CEO. Other councils have 2 signatories, and I was advised that the CEO would go away and look into that and come back. So I'm just wondering when that matter will come back.
Robin?
Through the chair, actually, my recollection was that it was actually addressed at the time in the fact that we had one person. I can follow that up with the CEO if you like. And also, I think that's probably a matter for possibly officer delegations register. But I can follow up.
Thank you.
Okay, so note to follow up. Thank you, Robin. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page, well, what is it, 23 or something? No, sorry, 13. The papers say that council currently has no governance advisory group, which refers to the Waimea South Community Facility Project Advisory Group. However, on page 22 in the schedule, that advisory group is still listed with Councillor Kinnemont and myself on it. Is that intentional?
Through the sorry, I haven't actually can't reference the agenda at the moment. Got a few other things happening. The liaison appointments still stand, as far as I understand. We're just, but this is now an advisory, an operational group, so that's being removed from the thing. But the appointments of the councillors, I think, are still liaison appointments.
Yep. So yes, you are still appointed, but
Yeah.
it isn't a group that the council has responsibility and hence delegation to.
Yeah.
Or yep. Is that the same question or different question, Councillor Kinnemont?
Thank you, through to me. No, it was one of the questions, but I've got several regarding this this facility, this group, if I may.
What about the group or the facility?
I'm just questioning why it's been devolved now when it hasn't even gone to. It's still in the design phase, this project. So we're going to remove this facility, this group, while we haven't even got to the design of the project yet. So why are we doing it right now? Why are we removing this advisory group?
So the group's not being removed. The group remains. It just doesn't have a delegation via the council process. It is still there, and your role is to liaise with the group over that. The council staff will, again, based on decisions we might make around budgets and futures and decisions, but continue to work with the group to do design, etc., etc. That's my understanding.
So I've been in this role for 4 months now and not had one meeting with them. So who is leading this group? Where are we going with this group?
This is an operational group, so there's no requirement for it to be in the delegations register for the governance. It is definitely operational, still happening, still moving, still has councillor liaisons.
And I presume that one of the reasons it may not have met as often as there remains a question mark over the future, given all of the conversation we've had about community facilities. And so based on decisions we might make later in today and further on, then that group may or may not have more or less to do.
Could I ask that somewhere along the line, someone get back to both councils?
Yes, I will. I'm looking at Mr. Ridd, who is sitting behind you, and he will get back to you. Yes, indeed. All good. Right, thank you. So I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Next up, we have annual plan changes from the long-term plan, and the presenters in this case are Dwayne, Matt, Sue, Dwayne only maybe. Oh no, Alan. So
through the chair, yes, there'll be Alan, myself, Matt should be here any moment, and Margie too. Presume they got surprised by how quickly that last item closed out and they're shooting down.
So the page that's just been circulated is a missing page, which is one of the representative properties that we utilise to assess the impact of the decisions that we are being asked to make on the various categories of properties across the district.
Can I just clarify? So it's a page from the options analysis around the recovery rate. So it's about the impact of the recovery rate.
Okay, all good. Thank you. Dwayne.
Kia ora koutou, good morning, everybody. Really very briefly, I won't go into detail on the report, but there are a couple of things I will say. It's really important for the annual plan process that you make decisions today. We would obviously recommend you take up the decisions that staff have recommended. But if you wish to depart from those, today is your opportunity in principle to make those. It's really important that we don't delay the annual plan process any further. The decisions today go into making up the consultation document, which we hope to present to you on the 26th, and then going up for consultation, all of which leads to a process that means that we can strike the rates effectively and start charging them from 1 July. If you do wish to make any changes, we will need to potentially advise whether we can meet that 26 March timeline, depending on the changes that you make. But we won't know that right now. It kind of depends on what you do if you vary from the recommendations. A couple other things. I know that kind of related to that, it will be tempting to try and extend the process out. I really just need to stress that the long-term plan is starting in earnest and running in parallel with this process. And that's the big opportunity you have to shape the new direction of the council, what we do, how we do it, how we fund it. So it's not that opportunity is lost, but the annual plan process is precious and we need to keep it moving. In terms of the resolutions, just note that there's in resolution 13, there's an or option that we would like you to give us some direction on when you make your decision. Effectively, the difference between the two options is in one option, we will talk about all 3 community facilities in the consultation document and options for continuing or pausing them or stopping them. The other option is that we just talk about Tapawera community facility. The only other thing is in terms of the fees and charges, actually as a result of Councillor McNamara's suggestion, the workshop, we will bring some options to you around charging, having a more user pay system for property files, which are largely free and takes up over 2 FTEs worth of time in a year. To try and recover some of those costs. We couldn't get those options tabled before this meeting, and it would be confusing to try and walk you through it now. So we'll get all that tabled in for the 26th. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne. Right, it is open for the various range of bits and bobs that come with questions and or moving, seconding, etc. Deputy Mayor Maru, Councillor Kinamont, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair. I'll move the resolutions as they sit and look at 13B, so the second one in terms of consulting on Tapawera. And I guess I'll talk to why I move it. So we've workshopped this, and I know that the view around the table is that the 9.9 is which the actual cost is to our ratepayers is unpalatable for some, and I guess we need to reflect in terms of we're hearing connotations nationally about rate caps and what they should be and the 2 to 3 range. But again, the workshops that we've been through and the fleshing out of those figures, you'll be really clear that currently our best guess, if there is to be some rate cap, is that portion of our rate is 2.3%. The other portion of the 2.3% is the conversation around the targeted rate for recovery works for emergency works. And whilst values differ in property ownings and protection for that work, my view has always strongly been that actually, I know we'll get to it. We don't know where the next emergency hits. We don't know the value of it has on any individual property. So a fixed rate seems fair and reasonable to me. And I guess yes, there's some inequities in terms of people's ability to pay, but it's not an equitable impact in terms of rating. And then we all know that the bulk of that 9.9 is in our 3 water space. And that's a space that I suspect we're going to come under more pressure to invest even heavier in terms of the rollout of our water plan. I'm sure Mr. Kirby won't be shaking his head that in terms of what even may transpose from our Wellington wastewater story and lately in New Zealand, what regulation may be coming on local bodies. So, I'm pained to know that I will absolutely get some feedback from our community in terms of a 9.9% for consultation, because we've got a duty to go through that process. But the reality is that I think we've become a political game in the wider big brother government system in terms of infrastructure is us. And the only people that pay for infrastructure are our ratepayers. So happy to, I don't know if happy is the word, but absolutely moving. The B option in terms of clause 13, so in terms of just solely in terms of Tapawera Community Hub. But thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Seconded, Councillor Gully. So now we'll move through the speakers. So as I say, I've got Councillor Kinnemont and then Councillor Butler. So, and yeah, we'll go around. So just indicate. Councillor Kinnemont.
Okay, thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. You just mentioned before about a new fee that you're looking at going to fees and charges to do with data. Sorry, it might not. You're struggling to hear me.
No.
Okay. So does that affect the PIMS you're talking about, property information system?
I'm not an expert on it. John is in the background there, but essentially people can come in and ask for their property files. It's not a project information memorandum per se. And we get several thousand of these a year. And at the moment for property owners, it's free. I think if you're inquiring another property, there's a small charge. And we have a fixed rate for heavy users of it, largely real estate firms who do it on behalf of people they're selling properties for. It's quite a time cost, and essentially, in line with trying to make sure, we take as much user pays approach as possible. We want to table some options for recovering tens of thousands of dollars more from that service we provide than currently. And unfortunately, we just weren't able to get it done today.
Thank you. I've got one more question, if I may, through the Mayor. It's a general question that I'm very, very concerned about the increase in our net debt level going up and up and up. We can't continue doing the BAU, business as usual, and still expect our ratepayers to keep forking out the hard-earned dollars. I would like to see somewhere along the line that we review our net debt level so that instead of a trajectory going up, that it goes level or goes down. And I'd like to see how we can incorporate those sorts of requests in the way we move forward. I don't know who's going to answer that.
I think Dwayne will answer that for you.
That is the 1st of April is our financial strategy first workshop, and the financial strategy where the debt limit is effectively that place to have that initial conversation. The only thing I'd observe, and it's worth bearing in mind through the entire LTP conversation, is that based on our last LTP, actually non-Three Waters debt is largely stable, and it drops away at the end of the 10 years. Almost all of our debt projection growth is servicing the Three Water requirements. So I think that's just worth bearing in mind. It fundamentally supports the government's intentions around looking after the Three Waters infrastructure. And our current capital program has been reviewed by the DIA, and it's hard-coded into our water services plan. So that's just something that we'll need to confront through the long-term plan.
Yeah, that is the challenge of remaining in-house, because it remains very squarely with us. Having said that, even if we had chosen to go outside, you still have to guarantor any debt that's created in a CCO for local water done well. So in many ways, the people who are paying or the ratepayers are in the same position, but it will mean a really challenging conversation around the net debt figure. Thank you, Councillor Kinnemont. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thanks. In regards to 10 in the resolutions recommendations, 10.3, are we going to have an opportunity to revisit this proposal for limiting the recovery rate to 5 years are we going to have an opportunity under the long-term plan to relook at whether or not it could become an ongoing resilience fund? Because in the attachment of analysing both suggestions, it actually is, it's quite a convincing picture to have an ongoing one. And I think that that it's just a bit of contradiction here, because it says that we are going to consult on the introduction of a weather event recovery rate, and I understand the plan is to actually have all 4 options available for consultation. However, I'm just confused as to if we pass 10.3, that we are actually already locking ourselves into 5 years. So it just seems like a bit of a misfit. So I'd love an explanation for that, because actually it's more expensive to do retrospective funding rather than prepare for the future.
Alan, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the proposal is for a 5-year rate, and that's our proposal. We are recommending that in the consultation document we include the other 3 options that we talked about in the workshop, 2 of which are ongoing resilience rates, if you want to talk about that. So those options will be there, but the council proposal is that it's a recovery rate for that event over 5 years. So that's what we are recommending to you. In terms of whether the council can change its approach to how to fund natural hazard events going forward through the LGP, the answer is yes. At the moment, our financial strategy is to retain debt headroom to borrow for these sorts of events. So this is exactly what we're doing for this weather event, and effectively has identified in that strategy that the expectation might well be that we would have to increase rates to service that debt after the event. So we're currently following our existing financial strategy, but the LTP is the opportunity to talk about whether that's the right financial strategy in the future going forward.
So there are 3 opportunities. There's today's decision, which sets out the draft for consultation. Based on feedback, the council could choose to extend it or not, or change the recovery timeframe. And then there's the LTP opportunity to relook at it again in the context of the overall strategy. Is that correct, Alan?
That's right. I mean, it may well be that if hypothetically, if the council through the LTP decides to introduce a recovery rate, it may not be that we amend that rate, but we create another rate for that purpose. So we'd have to work through that, and we start the conversations around that financial strategy with a workshop on the 1st of April. So that's coming up quite soon.
What an interesting day to have a workshop about the future. Thank you very much, Alan. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I feel caught between a rock and a hard place, and I suppose a lot of us will share this feeling. I didn't really feel particularly enthusiastic about coming in today on this, but this week the Audit and Risk Committee sat and actually noted that the risk that this annual plan is kicking the can down the road. And I am on that committee, and I agree with this view. I'm disappointed, even though I accept and I applaud all the work that has gone into putting this plan together. I would have liked to see more strategic and operational savings incorporated in the plan. However, the problem is, if we don't land on a plan today, the council might get defunded, and God knows what that means. So I have a number of issues with the annual plan as it is presented at the moment, and a lot of those are around fairness. That's why I would like to move a number of amendments to this plan. The first one would be regarding the weather-related recovery rate that is currently proposed as a uniform rate. So a uniform rate means if you own a relatively low value $200,000 property, you pay exactly the same rate as somebody who is asset rich, who owns a 20 million or a $200 million property. Exactly the same. Now, this annual plan redistributes funding in other areas. The IHL dividend that used to be used to subsidize, if you like, water rates is now not going into water rates anymore. Those properties that are probably more in the $200,000 category are most likely to be affected by that. They would have had that subsidy in the past. Now they don't. Now we're proposing a uniform rate that puts the same burden on those people on a $200,000 property as those on a 200 million property. Plus, we're adding additional costs through the way we're dealing with the dividend, which I don't disagree with the dividend, but I think we need to look at the cumulative approach effect of this. And let's be clear. This is also going to be passed on to renters. Renters who live from paycheck to paycheck. And I fear that this approach will push more people into a situation where they're subverting the system, where we have more non-compliances that we try to deal with through enforcement action if there's no other option left. And this is exactly what we should be trying to avoid. And that's why I think we need to align our contributions with the ability of people to pay. And I appreciate the system is not perfect. And look, what was circulated here today, has certainly got an incidence on here of a farmer in Collingwood who is asset rich, but potentially income poor. And I acknowledge that is a difficulty that we need to deal with, but I would rather like to deal with that through rates remissions and support policy than design all our rates in a regressive way that just affect low people who don't own an awful lot disproportionately. So for that reason, I would suggest an alteration to point 10.2 that this rate is assessed on the proportion of land value per rating unit rather than as a uniform rate.
So it has been moved as an amendment. Is there a seconder?
Oh, sorry, it seems to be 8.2 in here.
Yeah.
Just for clarity at the moment, we're only moving one of the, so bear with me for a second. Okie dokie. Right, thank you. Is there a seconder? Council. So the proposal is amendment to change the way that we recover the flood recovery rate from a fixed fee to a rate based on land value. That is what is being moved by Councillor Neubauer. Councillor Greening.
I'm happy to second to establish a debate around that motion.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is now open for debate. Or not, you don't have to debate it, it's not compulsory. We can just move to putting it. I have a view, which I'll put in the absence of other people speaking. Look, I believe we collect many rates in this way. So all of our community facilities rate, all of our museum rate. Ironically, given Councillor Neubauer's reference to Three Waters, it wasn't our choice to remove the dividend funding into it. That is part of local water done well's legislative obligation. But we collect the pan charge, we collect water fee. They're all flat rates. They do not differentiate between. And the reason for that is it's impossibly difficult to connect ability to pay simply to value of property. If you go, and Councillor Walker and I were on the Mayoral Relief Fund, there are an awful lot of people living in very low income circumstances on bits of land that, if land is the definitive, they will get a very large proportion of this rate, despite the fact they are many of our lowest income ratepayers. And it's just an accident of circumstances that they happen to live where they live and they happen to have been impacted as they have been. And I do believe if you were genuinely going to chase value, capital value would have been a better resolution than land value. But nevertheless, I strongly believe the way that we're suggesting it is being recommended to us by staff, based on the conversation at the workshop and my experience in both the recovery and the impact of both the recent events, but also other events that I've been involved with, that a flat fee is in my view, the preferable way to go. Councillor Morgan.
Through you, Mayor. The particular policy in regard to the relief is a reactive one. I haven't seen any evidence from the council that we've had long-term policies or views on managing events. So on dwelling on it, I don't actually support the way it's put forward, because I feel we need a formal provision in our debt arrangement. And you've got the 160% line. I feel we need to have a discussion around the specific provision in debt to manage emergency events, and this proposed 5-year arrangement, which in my view, I'm concerned about it, because you collect the money and then it goes into paying debt off, as I understand it.
Yeah. So
it's not specifically aligned and visible.
So I'll come to Alan to perhaps repeat the point you made earlier about the policy that underpins the approach.
Yeah.
And when we get to re-debate the policy about the use of debt versus the other options that we may be able to consider. Alan.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, just to repeat, so the current financial strategy, which is part of the last LTP, so is our existing position, is that we would retain debt headrooms. So we've got available debts that we can call on in the event of a natural hazard event like the ones we experienced last year, and that debt, we keep that debt headroom largely, partially, to have that capacity to be able to borrow in those circumstances. We also indicated that following an event and having had to borrow to fund the recovery, that rates would be adjusted, effectively increased, to service that debt. And that's exactly what we're doing here. But as noted, there is an opportunity through the long-term plan to revisit that strategy, and you may decide there's a different way of doing it. And if I understood your points correctly, Councillor Morgan, you may be suggesting that there will be a portion of the debt headroom we would specifically tag for natural hazard recovery. Certainly that's something that we can consider through the LTP process.
Which I think was a point that also might have been raised by Councillor Greening in the previous workshop over if that is the method we are choosing to specifically earmark it, which is certainly a discussion for the LTP.
So it's fundamentally, reviewing the council model around debt management is one thing, and because it's reactive and we've spent the money through debt, apparently, we need to understand that, and if we're going to collect it for a reactive event, which I believe will be regular in the future, we need to have a policy and a position that it's sustainable over time. So I don't actually support the 5 years. I think it's too short-term thinking. And we need to address the fundamental policy of what we face in the future. Kia ora.
So all of which will absolutely be a debate in the LTP and the debt management conversation and the policy, and may also flow out of the submissions and hearings we undertake on the annual plan, bearing in mind this decision today is for a draft that will be subject to submissions, hearings and final decisions. And if there's a strong feedback for the community that they want that rate extended further, the council can consider that through the submissions and ultimately the hearings.
The last comment is on the land value matter. I hear what you're saying, Mayor, around the data and the circumstances of people and their land valuations. But the thing is, we don't have quality information to address that information. We don't have a lot of quality information in terms of our ratepayers and their circumstances. The sheet that was handed out now.
Yeah, so let's just stick to the amendment, which is very specific about this one particular topic. So I don't want to branch out into a further conversation about other items. So,
well, the issue about land value and how we do the policy can be quite significant in terms of individuals.
Very, very, very significant indeed.
So, once again, to me, it's reactive, it's short-term, the approach, because it's no doubt about it. I could comment in river catchments, floodplains, the people that get their assets protected are getting a significant benefit.
They're also paying. So under the river rating system, for clarity, anyone who is protected via some form of floodbank protection and or count is paying more rates, significantly more if they're protected by the floodbank network.
Which is fair and reasonable. They're getting the benefit of the insurance policy.
Right, thank you. So we're on the amendment, just for clarity. Councillor Woods and then Councillor Greening.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Councillor Morgan actually just picked up on something I wanted to question as well around that proportional side of it. I think one of the audit opinions and why it was a qualified opinion was that we don't actually know the full extent of these recovery costs yet. So landing that on specific landowners who are contributing to our rates and our general economy through food production and other, I think is a huge risk. I'm not in favour of doing that. And to a wider extent, I have a big question around this policy in general, given that we don't actually know what the costs are. So I pick up on Councillor Morgan's suggestion around using debt provisions more intelligently, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Councillor Greening and then Councillor Ellis, and then I'll look to put the amendment. Councillor Greening.
Thank you. Just to walk through an administrative process, because this is going to get quite complex. First of all, before I embark, I just want to talk to my mover whether they want to at all change the wording from just land to land and capital. And then
can't have land and capital. You either have to have land or capital, and I'll just double check administratively whether the mover and the seconder. Cool. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. So you're asking Councillor Neubauer as the mover of the motion that you seconded whether he wants to change the motion that he moved after the thought he's put into it to date. So I will ask him if he wants to change it.
I would prefer to run with this motion first, and Councillor Greening could then put an amendment to go for capital value.
He indeed could if he wishes to. Thank you, Councillor Neubauer. So that's the first question, Councillor Greening.
Okay, first question. Okay, fantastic. I assume once this debate ends, we'll go back to the main motion. So I just want to take the opportunity to forewarn an alternative motion if the main motion is defeated. and I'd like to call a division for voting on the main motion and amendments.
Okay, yes, thank you. But noted.
In relation to this debate, effectively, what we're doing is we're looking to acquire revenue from ratepayers, and we're doing it through a general rate and separating out a targeted rate. The proportionality could also be dealt with by just making it part of a higher general rate, which is effectively what the targeted rate is avoiding by carving it out of a general rate. I certainly appreciate the proportionality. We rate on a proportionality-based approach, acknowledging that for some rates, they are fixed as acknowledged by the Mayor. You know, and museum rate is something we have to negotiate with the NCC over, and they probably favour a fixed rate. So, but I understand the proportionality. I think it's a valid argument. The risk is borne by larger landowners. So, if we're taking an insurance approach, then proportionality of risk should factor into that. So I understand that. And I think that's what I was advocating in the workshop, was to take a more insurance-based approach to this risk. Ideally, this should maybe be part of the general rate, which case it would probably go up further.
Can you just stick to the resolution and the amendment, which is the debate between land value and fixed charges?
Yeah. So I'm just framing the discussion and what's involved here. So generally, I'm supportive of a proportional approach. I know that there is going to be a wider discussion further down the track about land values, whether we align our rating systems with Nelson and Nelson with us. So there's a wider issue. There's also the whole approach of trying to incentivise intensification through land-based ratings. So this is consistent with a wider discussion that we've been having, which we still have yet to land. That's my approach at the moment. I'm happy to support the motion as it's currently projected. I know there will be impact on some people who have large land values. They tend to be businesses, and these things are tax deductible for them anyway, so they don't pay the full value anyway. So I'm comfortable with that approach. I do want to also just mention that I would also, once these amendments have been finished, and I think Timo has a few more, to also propose some amendments to the motion before I then, well, I've already forewarned I'm going to also put something up if the main motion is defeated. That's it. Thank you.
Foreshadowed. So noting the foreshadowing indication, should the substantive motion ultimately be lost. So thank you, Councillor Greening. Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm struggling with this because I've only seen it since I've walked into the room. So I really don't have enough information to make an informed decision on the financial implications and how that's going to look for our community. Plenty of us are working, you know, well before these meetings start. So it's difficult for me to make a last minute decision, although we have had a workshop on some of these issues, and I know that I raised concerns about how the impact on lower income families might be, and I feel like we had a pretty good discussion around that, and I feel comfortable with the position we arrived in. It is a blunt tool, but what we found when we discussed it is there were so many different circumstances that people were in, and if we added extra administrative tools to this, it was just going to wind up costing us so much more to administrate. So I'm quite comfortable with the position that we've actually taken in the original recommendations. And in fact, I've found in the community that there was an expectation that we would all help out in the recovery effort and to pay for what we've wound up having to pay for after this emergency event. People that have spoken to me have been expecting this to come onto our rates, and I appreciate that it's showing quite clearly on our rates rather than just lumped into our general rates bill. So I won't be supporting the amendment. But what I would like to point out that anybody who is struggling to pay their rates, that there are mechanisms that we can get support to help people. And so please apply for these policies to help pay your rates if you are in fact struggling, because it is tough for our community out there, and we do acknowledge that, and there is support. So please, if you are struggling to pay your rates, contact council and we can help you work through that process.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's interesting listening to conversations around the table today. I know that we don't have an exact figure, and like overnight went from 12 mil to 14 for the recent June-July event. I think what we need to focus on is the fact that that event has happened. And we need to look at how we can, you know, cover the costs of that said one-off event. And I hear what Councillor Morgan has said, and definitely going forward, I'm not in any doubt that there's going to be something else. It's a matter of when for me, not an if. And that in the long-term plan, we do need to look at what we are going to do to create policy, create a fund which would help to protect our wider community. The conversation that Councillor Greening had about businesses, actually some of those are intergenerational, and like I may have picked up something because that is, you know, something that my grandparents may have had. By the way, I don't, just to personalise it. But you know what, doesn't mean that I'm financially flush just because I had this massive big asset, which is actually a monkey around my neck. So I do not support what has been tabled as the change. I don't see that as being fair and equitable for all. But I am keen to find out in the long-term plan what we do about moving forward so that we can front foot and not be reactive as this actual funding is now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think those of us at the workshop were fully informed about the impact of the various ways we distribute this rate. I certainly don't support the approach that Councillor Neubar has moved. If you really want to make an impact to those lower economic group, the 20% rate increases over the next 2 years is going to have a far greater impact than the uniform rate you're proposing or not proposing here. If you want to talk about fairness, we have people in this community outside of the Waimea Basin on a no-take water situation who are paying for a Waimea dam. So there are many rates that we impose that are not fair. So we can't avoid that. And this is the original motion, I think, is the fairest way of distributing the costs of the weather event that we've already had, which is what we're discussing today, not the future ones. So that's where I sit.
Thank you, Councillor McNamara. I'll look to put the amendment just so we're all clear. Before I do so, I'll come back to Councillor Neubar for his right of reply, and then I'll put the amendment. Councillor Neubar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think Councillor Morgan hit the nail on the head when he said we just don't have adequate data to design the perfect system, and we need to work on that. We need to really understand what people incur in terms of cost, in terms of services that they are receiving, and what they are paying for in terms of rates. So we need to get a better user pay system in the long run. We are not there. We cannot do that. Our tools are blunt. So we have to work with what we've got. And noting what we've got, I'm surprised that some councillors feel like they haven't got enough information or data to make a decision on what a proportional approach through land value does. We've had that in the papers, and I will quote to you what staff advice was on land value based rating. It says It does not disproportionately impact ratepayers and lower value properties who may generally be less able to pay. It also goes on to say about the proposed district-wide uniform charge. However, this may result in unacceptable consequences for affordability and the current and future social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being of parts of the community. And I'll leave it with that. That was staff advice.
Thank you. That was a piece of the staff advice, I note. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Division called.
I thought, okay.
Division on all amendments in the main motion.
I missed the fact you called for a division on the amendment. So my apologies, Councillor Greening. So we'll do it by division. I will come across to Kelsey.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Ellis.
Against.
Councillor Fernyhough.
Against.
Councillor Greening.
For.
Councillor Gully.
Against.
Councillor Hume.
Against.
Councillor Woods.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Neubauer.
For.
Councillor Morgan.
For.
Councillor McNamara.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Maru.
Against.
Mayor King.
Against.
Councillor Kinnemont.
For.
Lost.
The amendment is lost. Thank you. So we revert to the debate on the substantive motion. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a second amendment that relates to depreciation and the proposal in this annual plan to slow down our cash funding of depreciation in favour of reducing the overall rates increase. I don't think this needs an awful lot of explanation. If we reduce cash funding depreciation, we're putting more on the credit card. This is operational expenditure that we're putting on the credit card, and I cannot support that. In fact, I don't quite understand why we're not going to a higher level of funding depreciation already. But I would compromise to stick with the original schedule, schedule to head in that direction. But I cannot support slowing down our progress in that regard, and that's why I'm suggesting the amendment, which means deleting point, what was 8 in my papers. It might be something else up there. That's the one. It's still 8. So I propose to delete that, which I appreciate will have impacts on the exact figures of the rates rising and so on.
Thank you. So it's been moved. Is there a seconder?
Happy to second to have the debate.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your assistance. Matt, can you just cover off it? So, because the mover has indicated that he's unclear as to what which is always slightly nerve-wracking when we're unclear about the consequences of something. Do you have, or can you add to what the implications are of the change?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, twofold essentially. There's one to rates and one to net debt. Essentially, rates would go up. I think it's about 1.1, 1.2%. I think it's actually mentioned specifically further down in the report, 1.27. So that would take your rates up to 11.1. Your debt would also increase. So I think currently you're at 328. It would probably go up by that delta dollar.
Sorry, yeah. What increase, right?
Sorry, go down. Yes. So sorry, my apologies. So the 328 might become 327, 326.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. I was just going to say, yeah, that would be a weird outcome of the two things both going up. Okay. Thank you for the explanation. All right. Open for debate.
Mr. Chair, I haven't seen, and I'd ask management, what in a perfect scenario, if we depreciated our assets as we should, what the number would be.
Matt,
what number through you, Mr. Mayor?
Well, in the accounts you're showing, I think on capital loan, 40 million depreciation. But if we were to depreciate today our assets under the annual plan, as we're going to be required to do, what would that number be?
In terms of impact?
No, not impact. The number.
I know. I need to clarify.
Morgan, if you just let him answer the question.
Yeah, just to make sure, in terms of impact on the 2026-27 rate and net debt number, is that like you're wanting to bring it all forward?
No, I'm not suggesting we bring it forward. I'm suggesting we understand what the number is and the challenge to get to 2030. Because I don't see in our papers the journey to go from, I think it's 24% of, and we're only in roads operating on 49% depreciation. The journey to go from 24 plus all the other assets that require depreciation, I haven't seen the picture of what that looks like. Knowing that we're going to have to do it. That's my question.
Matt. Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, you haven't. I haven't provided those figures. I could provide those figures as part of the on the 1st of April, for example. But no, I don't have those figures at hand. But yes, there's certainly a profile of exactly what that costs and means to get to fully funded by 2030. But I just have not provided those.
So we don't have that information. We don't know what that picture is. We know we're on a journey to be required to do that.
For the Three Waters assets, it is a requirement.
Indeed, for the Three Waters, it's more, it's quicker again. We have to actually get there by 2028. Essentially, the only material asset that we don't get to fully fund is roading. It's the journey from what would be 18% if this decision has resulted to the 49%. That is the material change. And obviously, the impact on Three Waters is also substantial, but it's Three Waters versus rest of council, I suppose, in terms of the rate of cap.
Yeah. So just for clarity, to round out the conversation, we're having a discussion now about roading. Three Waters is contained in the water asset management plan that we've had to submit to central government, DIA, and in that it is programmed to meet the requirement to fully fund depreciation on water, wastewater and stormwater by 2028, not 2030.
Agree.
Just so we're all clear.
The reason that I'm broaching this notion is that to me, it's our single greatest challenge to address in our budget, because it's running at 20+% of our costs. That's only for the AP, not for our future costs. So whilst we're discussing this in the AP, we better have our mind around the 28 journey and the 2030 journey.
Hence, the implications of the Three Waters are the single biggest impact on both rates and debt for the foreseeable future. Councillor Greening.
Through the chair, Matt, you've indicated a 1.2% increase to the proposed general rate as it stands. What's that worth in dollar terms?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's our rating base is 122 million, so I think it's 1.4, 1.5. It's not 1.2 million. It's not 1 for 1 in terms of the increase. It's down here. Sorry.
Roughly 1.4 million. So
approximately 1.4. Yeah.
Ballpark figure. I mean, these are so flexible numbers; they keep shifting. I realise it's a hard game playing with all these dynamic rates. My question is, why would you look to increase it? Why wouldn't you shift it to debt? Because it's a long-term asset and it should be debt funded.
Yeah, Matt.
Again, sorry, I was slightly distracted then.
I think Councillor Greening's question is, why do we not just shift it to debt rather than which in effect, if I understand it correctly, is what we are doing. By not fully cash funding it, we are in effect shifting it to debt.
Completely. I mean, if that's exactly correct. You know, if we don't increase rates, we don't have the rates to reduce the debt. So that's exactly what we're doing. It's a counterbalance. If you increase rates, you can lower debt, vice versa, and funded depreciation is the mechanism.
Yeah. What
as we increase,
what we're finding it very difficult to do is reduce both, which is obviously the perfect outcome if we all had our proverbial magic wands. But that is the challenge. We can decrease one that increases the other, and vice versa.
So the challenge I see is that as we increase rates, your dynamic debt cap also expands. Current net debt's what, 290 million. As it currently seems, the debt cap was around 300 and something. And through these rates increases, the debt cap pushes out even further. So this is my concern with what's going on here, because then we quickly have more debt headroom to play with and we feel comfortable spending more. So that's my concern. I think it should be this shift should be fully debt funded and shouldn't go into a rates increase. We just take up the debt headroom that we've currently got to fund this, and that's where I would sit on this. So I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Granny. Point noted, and absolutely they're coming back. I know I'm going to have to do this a lot, but LTP, the April indication workshop will be currently we moved to a fixed debt cap, fixed rate cap to a dynamic. This council absolutely will have the opportunity at that point to both change the mechanism and or change the cap. So that
Mr. Mayor, I think we should be making that move today. And well, after Timo has finished his amendments, I'll be making an amendment.
Excellent. So we'll just have to make sure it doesn't cover the same item, because you are the seconder of this amendment. And as a seconder of any amendment, you cannot move another amendment on the same topic. So
it's a different topic. It's
if it's lost. So yeah, different topic. Absolutely. Just noting. Right, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was specifically around the effect of the increased rates on the dynamic debt cap, which Mark has brought up. So my question answered.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Butler.
Yeah, I'd just like to go back to the effect of higher rates than the 9.9 on our community. And we always have to go through a process of finding some compromises in order to get rates at a level that are affordable for as many people as possible. So that is where I'm coming from, and whether it's on debt or not, as far as I'm concerned, this is a compromise. We're not stopping the depreciation. We're just simply slowing it down slightly. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. If there's nothing further on the amendments, I will come back. Yeah, I'll come back. All good. I'll go back to Councillor Neubauer for his right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I go back to quoting the Audit and Risk Committee, saying we're kicking the can down the road. And it is irrelevant whether this is roading or Three Waters. This is all basically just confusing things. We are taking on debt to keep our rates lower. That means we have to raise our rates higher later, and in the meantime we pay interest for it. I don't think that's fair for our communities. I don't think it's good practice. I think that's the fastest way into insolvency for any business.
Thank you. I will put the resolution.
Division on all amendments, please.
Thank you, Councillor Greening. So it will be via division.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Ellis.
Against.
Councillor Fernyhough.
Against.
Councillor Greening.
For.
Councillor Gully. Councillor Hume.
For.
Councillor Woods. Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Neubauer.
For.
Councillor Morgan.
For.
Councillor McNamara.
For.
Deputy Mayor Maru,
Against.
Councillor Kinnamont,
For.
Mayor King.
Yes.
Lost. 6-8.
Okay, thank you. Right. So now we're moving on. So again, amendment lost. Back to the substantive motion. Open for further debate. Councillor Greening.
Trying to find my buttons and things. I would like to move an amendment, one of a few. My first amendment to the main motion is to, and I'll just get my words here. Is to add the following words: agrees to consult on the repeal of the dynamic debt cap and the setting of a fixed 300 million debt cap from 2026-2027, semicolon and.
So firstly, it would be really helpful if, rather like Councillor Neubauer, you had pre-circulated amendments, because it makes it a lot easier. So you'll have to speak much more slowly so that the staff can firstly write down what you're actually moving, and if you could refer to which item you're attaching it to or adding it under.
It could be inserted anywhere, probably up high. I'll let staff determine where it wants to sit. I can email it to them if they want to, otherwise I can recite it again. I'm just reacting to the debate, really, which you just raised earlier. So the words are: agrees to consult on the repeal of the dynamic debt cap and the setting of a fixed $300 million debt cap from 2026 and 2027, semicolon and, because I assume you're going to put it in the middle of something.
While we're getting the actual wording, can someone just advise me as to whether that is possible to do under the annual plan without it generating an LTP amendment?
Off the top of my head, I think it is. I think the trigger for an LTP amendment is a significant change in level of service in a significant activity, rather than change in your financial strategy.
That's how we achieve it, I suppose.
Yep, that's how I understand it.
Yeah.
Councillor Greening, could you please give us the words after the fixed 300 million debt cap?
Just add to that, however, as I understand it, the 300 million is lower than we're indicating in the annual plan. And so depending on how you achieve that, it may trigger an LTP amendment.
So I'll take your advice, but I'm not necessarily agreeing with you. I suspect if it is lower than the current debt cap, and by definition it will have to change, there is no option. It can't be done without amending the LTP. I just can't see how you can do that. I can take the first bit of that as possible, to remove the dynamic debt cap as a policy, but it's hard to see how that is not going to involve like a massive amount of work.
Through the
That
chair,
will result in
$28 million plus of capital in the next, I don't know, couple of days.
Yeah.
Without guidance on what that would be.
So the whole purpose of going through the workshop process and having open workshops so everyone could attend and see the transparency of life at work was that these sort of things needed to be hashed out. And the feedback was that for the purposes of this process, acknowledging there's one to come through the LTP, these sort of massive changes, had the council wished to do that, the time to indicate that would have been in the transparently open workshop that we had however number of weeks ago. So
apologies, the wording just emailed, I forgot to put net debt cap.
Matt,
dollar sign in front of the 300.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly the 300 million, as opposed to the 328 million that we have in front of you today, even in terms of, the most easiest place to go potentially is capital that is loan funded, though. So about 60% of our capital is loan funded. So the actual reduction you're probably talking about is $50 to $55 million of capital. And I suppose the big danger from delaying this is it'll have flow-on impacts in terms of us having to do more work in terms of your consultation period, and also it places a lot of pressure on the actual adoption of the annual plan. The adoption of the annual plan is how we secure the actual rates revenue. You're aware that there's a rating act, etc. So that has to be followed regardless. So our ability, we need to adopt that to get the money to fund the business on ongoing nature. What happens if we don't achieve a rating resolution to allow us to rate is that we fall back on the previous year's rates as a proxy. And it's a continual loop, and that then drives changes to our actual financial system. Essentially, it's not built to do that, and we would create substantial workaround to actually achieve that. As just as the thoughts from the finance perspective on what delays could mean.
Yeah, and through the chair, I mean, just one point around the 30, knocking out $30-something million. Oh yeah, thank you, Matt. I mean, that is significant and very uneasy about moving to the next stage of the process without any guidance whatsoever on what that might mean for our NZTA funding, our development program, the water service delivery plan that we've signed up to. It's very substantial.
Yeah. So again, that's precisely what I thought as the amendment was being moved. So I'm just going to adjourn for like 5 minutes because I want to take some advice, because my inclination is this is a direct negative. The amendment is a direct negative to the resolution that's been moved and seconded. It is so substantial, the change. It effectively wipes out the large proportion of the entire capital program contained in the LTP. So I am going to get some advice and I'll come back and make a ruling whether or not to accept the amendment in 5 minutes. Yes, we will. So thank you, Councillor Butler, for the suggestion. We'll break for morning tea. And we'll come back at 10 minutes past 11 and I'll make a decision on whether or not to accept the amendment. Right, so we'll reconvene the meeting. So based on the advice I've received, I am going to rule that I'm not going to accept the amendment on the basis that it is a direct negative to the resolution that's been passed. The implications of the suggested amendment are so significant that they would effectively negate the entire resolution that has been moved previously. So that is my ruling. To put a bit of context around that, and it's not a debate, Councillor Greening, before you...
I just want to move some variation, and I also have a question.
So as the... wasn't seconded, was it, for clarity? No, okay. Just to put some context around that, it is impossible for the council to receive advice on the implications. It would also almost inevitably trigger an LTP amendment, which we would walk into somewhat blind and having not anticipated, which is almost certain to mean we would not be able to meet our statutory timeframes for the preparation and delivery of an annual plan, and hence drawing a rate going forward. So that is my ruling, Councillor Greening.
So I would like to move a variation to that amendment, which is to remove the 300 million figure, leave that to the consultation. But I would like to know what the net debt figure will be at the end of this proposed 26-27 financial year, based on what is before us at the moment.
Who the report, 328 million?
Yeah.
That's the debt cap or the net debt?
No, that's the net debt. That's what we're planning to be at the end of June 27.
Right. So we saw $15 million in our workshops, of which the rates increase went from 5.2 in the LTP to 11.2 and back down to 9.9, with some deference of depreciation and use of targeted rating and some selling of some other bits and pieces. And we're going to be spending up to 328 million. What will be our debt cap then, or are you proposing our debt cap actually equals our spending?
So the net debt is anticipated to be $328 million at the end of the next year. The debt cap being dynamic, and there was a graph that was provided both in the workshops and may well be included in the agenda over where the projected debt and the cap is, and I think there is still a gap between the two at the end of this proposed financial year.
Yes, I'm just looking.
Because my discussions with staff earlier was that the net debt cap would move up to 330.
The other bit of context I'll wrap around this, Councillor Greening, is on the 1st of April, we are going to have a workshop that will precisely cover the issue that you are raising around, does the council want to proceed with a net debt cap that is dynamic and a rates cap that is dynamic, or something else, and a conversation about should it be something else, what that figure might be. So we are a very short time away from having precisely the conversation that you want to have. So I would encourage you to wait until that point.
I understand that. We had those discussions. We had 2 workshops, very short, and we didn't really get a landing where some councillors wanted to land.
So Councillor Greening, again, where some councillors wanted to land, we landed a position which is reflected in the recommendations in front of us today. We have had a number of amendments which have been put, debated and voted on. You have suggested an amendment on the fly, which not the greatest fan of, but you are entitled to. And if you have another one, if you'd just like to get to it, that would be very useful.
Okay, so I would like to move, again, for consultation, agrees to consult on the repeal of a dynamic debt cap and the setting of a fixed net debt cap for 2026-27. So just removing the 300 million. Clearly, what you are indicating is the current budget is going to spend up to 328 million, which happens to correlate with our net debt cap at the end of raising rates by 11% or 9.9%.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the dynamic debt cap at the end of 26-27 is 362 million.
362 million.
Yes, yes. That's what's been presented in previous workshops.
Okay. This is. I've got emails
So
saying
the whole,
it's 320,
I think
but
your
that's okay.
last statement is entirely, this is full stop, because trying to do this on the fly when we've had the opportunity to have this
That's right.
discussion in the open and transparent workshops,
absolutely.
Councillor Greening,
Yeah.
to now try and at the last
Well,
minute.
we've had very, very little in the way of discussion, to be perfectly frank, Mr. Mayor, under 2 workshops where the one just went off to get some more data, and then we had to make decisions on options that we didn't want and we asked for and didn't see. So
because
I
we can't
understand
make
that.
decisions in
where you're coming
workshops,
from.
as you're acutely aware.
I understand where you're coming from, but it sounds like actually if I set the fixed cap in the consultation at 328 million, that would comply with allowing you to spend up to that, noting that noting that the net debt cap actually moves to 362 million, which is just extraordinary. So maybe my wording to make it all work for you is that the setting of a fixed $328 million net debt cap.
Through the chair, that would still, because it has an implication on the long-term plan, and this is an annual plan conversation, we end up in the same space before about a potential LTP amendment, because it probably means we won't be able to deliver the program we have substantially.
It would also impact on potentially Standard & Poor's next rating on our financial rating on our debt. It has implications for the plan we submitted to DIA in relation to local water done well. Again, Councillor Greening, the implications of trying to achieve this on a day, on a very limited time frame, with the inability for us to get advice on the implications on a topic that is absolutely and entirely the council's choice and decision to make in the LTP, I just think runs such a significant risk of undermining the resolution that we have and not enabling us to meet our timeframes, that, again, I'm just not prepared to accept the resolution.
Okay. Well, then you don't want to accept the resolution. That's fine. I'm going to forewarn something else. We need to start moving on this. If it's 328 million to spend for 26-27, and we're likely to remove it during that financial year as part of the LTP considerations, then I think we're very comfortable and I don't see risk, and I think it will provide staff the opportunity to actually make savings in that financial year. So provided they do that, we shouldn't have that risk, but that's not in this proposal. So just foreshadowing, look, I'm going to be proposing something which is going to push the barrow along a bit further. I don't agree that 9.9% is affordable. We had opportunities to seek cost savings, and for some reason, none were brought back in the workshop. And that point was raised in the workshop, and we haven't had the opportunity to come back and further discuss it because we've been pressured into this. So I appreciate that, but I, for one, and a few others don't agree with this. We think we can start pushing this now. And so I'll be forewarning a motion that takes a little bit more of an aggressive approach to this financial year, which I think, now that I've got clarity that actually the net debt is moving to 362 million, I was advised last week it was going to be 320 million. That certainly signals to me
so I'm not sure where you're getting your advice.
I'm getting it from the finance manager. And I've got the emails to show.
So Councillor Green.
Yes.
I'll take it. You already noted your desire to foreshadow a motion. If the substantive motion is lost, I have that noted, and so you will absolutely get that opportunity should that circumstance arise. And I'll just come across, given you have effectively suggested that you have received advice from the finance manager, I'll give him the opportunity to clarify.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have received several emails from Councillor Greening providing information and wanting me to confirm the correctness of it. I have priorities to try to get to determine what to do, but equally we've reached out to Councillor Greening to actually have a conversation, because it's not clear to me what the question is, so I was unsure how to answer, hence requesting a meeting.
Thank you for that clarification.
So I asked a question after our last Finance and Strategy Committee.
So Councillor Greening. So we're not going to relitigate your email trail with the finance manager. My understanding is you've been offered the opportunity for a meeting to clarify both your question and
a separate question,
subsequently received answers. So we're not going to relitigate that here in the meeting today. Thank you. Right. So we're now back with the substantive motion and other speakers who may wish to voice an opinion or otherwise. Councillor Ellis. Councillor Ellis. Thank you. Further speakers? If not, Councillor McNamara.
Yep. We scroll down a bit. I'm not sure my numbers match yours. The hubs, the discussion.
Yep. Was in the original resolution 3 options?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just start again. Which was originally 3 options. The mover has moved option, I think it was it B? Yeah. So yes, that item.
I would like to add 2 other community facilities into to do an amendment to add 2 further community facilities into the defer.
Yep. So effectively you'd like to move A as an amendment?
Three, yeah.
Yeah. So that's your amendment?
Agrees to consult.
So I realised. So it was 3 options or 2 options. Sorry, my bad. 2 options. The mover of the resolution moved the second option. What are you telling me in terms of the process?
That's not acceptable. Then the alternate can be moved, but we can't have somebody come in to move the alternate.
Okay. Oh, that's clear. Therefore, I have to vote against the substantive motion.
Then effectively, you're forcing people to vote against the substantive motion. Is that what you're telling me? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Because there may be people who they're not really mutually exclusive, are they? We're consulting on them. Yes, and someone wants to move an amendment. It's not a direct negative because the Tapawera one would still be there. So it's not a direct negative. So can you just explain to me why I can't accept the amendment? Yeah, all right, I'm making a ruling. We're accepting the amendment based on the fact that so thank you for your advice. So the amendment is to effectively go back to the original option 1, which is to consult on the next steps for the 3 community facilities.
Although I'd like to put preferred option, all 3 moved into the LTP discussion.
Right, so they're quite different motions.
To the original A. It's just the matter of the preferred.
Yeah, so I think there's a substantial difference to agree to consult on the next step options, including a preferred option for the Tapawera hub, which is pause and defer. Just so you want to consult on them with the preference being to pause and defer all three. That's what you're moving as an amendment.
That's what I would like to move. Yeah.
I have to debate. Yeah. All good. All right. So that is the amendment.
On the basis that we've been faced with, was it 3.4 million or something extra dam debt, and we have a significant weather event that is costing us millions. I just don't think we can continue doing business as usual and ignoring significant events that are racking the debt up. So that's my basis for it.
Okay, thank you. So is there a seconder?
Happy to second to create the debate.
Right, so it is now open for debate. Councillor Woods, Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Actually, I had my hand up to second it, but I'll proceed. Yes, I do support Dean's notion that it is not business as usual, no matter what steps we had outlined in previous long-term plans. As a group, we have responsibility to look at our current environment, take on Mike's previous comment too about the business as usual comment. So for those reasons, I do support a consulting process, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Neubauer.
Yeah, I just have a question just to understand this amendment properly. Now we've got all three community facilities in there. We're consulting on all three, but that doesn't mean they all have to be lumped in, right? So we can gather feedback on each individual facility and then make a decision after that on each individual facility.
Correct. The two key components of the resolution are all three are in, and we are starting from a position of deferring, pausing and deferring them all. So our starting position, if this resolution passes, the amendment, is that's your starting position. Then you get feedback. Then the decisions are whatever the decisions are.
Okay, well, if we're consulting on it and then can make decisions on each individual facility afterwards, I'm supporting this.
Thank you. Bob, before I go to other speakers, I'll come to Dwayne.
Just in the interest of answering, providing clarity on what the implications would be, if your preferred option is to pause them, correct, we would revise the numbers on the basis that the budgets would take them out, and you would subsequently, if you had feedback to include them in, we would then include them in following deliberations, and the rates impacted on debt and so on would be affected. Just wanted to clarify that. So the CD would come back with them out.
So I think it's a very important point to make based on the submission you received this morning. Those people fundraising, etc., will effectively have to go to all of their community funders and partners and say the council has, in the draft annual plan, removed the funding for all of those projects. There's then a process to go through to see if they might put it back, but that will be the position that you go with as a draft, as opposed to simply consulting on it, which would have left them in and then had a conversation. So just so we're all clear, the implications are quite significant for those three projects when you are coming to vote on it. Matt?
In noting that we could be extremely clear about what is in and what is out in terms of the consultation document without potentially making changes now. I suppose like there is a way to communicate exactly what the position is without changing numbers.
So there's two very different opinions now. So you guys better sort out what your advice is, because if you're saying you can have that resolution and leave the numbers in, that's quite different to what Dwayne just said, that if we choose a preferred option, that is the option that's reflected in the finances.
I'll stand with Dwayne. I was trying to save.
I know you're trying to be helpful. 100%. I know you're trying to help.
Yeah,
I appreciate the help.
Productive, but perhaps not.
The original A would enable the conversation on all three while leaving the budgets in. So what was up there previously as staff recommendations was have the Wakefield and Brightwater community facilities in and the Motueka pool budget in, but seeking feedback on all of it. So that's what that original A would have done.
Correct, but not this amendment. Just so we're all very clear. All right, so I've got Councillor Kinnemont, Councillor Butler and Deputy Mayor Murray.
No, I think you've answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. I don't support this amendment. We have worked through this, and I understood that the majority of councillors supported the Motueka pool. So for, I'm just concerned that we are now opening things up for a decision to not support it. And I think that is, very unfair to the Motueka community and all their fundraising that they've done. So I won't be supporting it. I would support actually the original amendment, which is confining the consultation to the Tapawera Community Hub.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Butler. Deputy Mayor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I won't be supporting either, which is probably no surprise. But in terms of the outcome of what the AP allows for consultation on the document that we release, which will say if the original motion is in there, that people can still submit and say, actually, at this time, we don't support those community projects. So the wording isn't that necessarily that delicate for us, but it is absolutely detrimental to the people that are trying to raise funds for this project. As soon as we indicate the lack of support that comes out of our AP, that will dry up all the fundraising, and I suspect will make it almost impossible for them to keep getting the number of bequests that they've been getting, because the uncertainty is gone. So everything is up for grabs in consultation, and we'll hear that through hearings. So in terms of, if I hadn't had the last sentence, you may have got me close, but probably not. But that last sentence, in terms of our preferred option being pausing and deferring, is, I guess it challenges every long-term process that we ever undertake. It just doesn't give certainty to people to partner with council. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Murray. Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Just responding to Celia around the pool. So the pool is it's a good project. There's no doubt about it. But we already have a major aquatics facility for the district. That aquatic facility apparently is coming up for some major upgrade work in the near future. The business case for Motueka does not really reflect the ongoing costs, which it's going to run at a loss. Everyone acknowledges that. So it's not just a one-time payment from the council. The ongoing costs at the Richmond Aquatic Centre are also at a loss. There will be elements of people who would be providing revenue through the patronage of the Richmond Aquatic Centre who will no longer go there because they'll go to the Moottree. Well,
so you are at risk of entering into a whole massive debate about the merits or otherwise. We're just confining ourselves to the resolution to consult at this point.
For that reason, I'm supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, this is consultation and we should be transparent with the public. It does surprise me that some people appear to be not recognising the financially precarious position this council is in by refusing to consider what our financial position is and the trade-offs that may or may not have to happen. It should be part of the consultation mix. We've already heard today that your debt is going from 290 million to 328. That's a 40 million add-on to expenses, and your debt cap moves out to 362 million, which will also get rapidly filled, I'm sure. This is the problem you're facing. You should be consulting with the public to let them know this is the consequence if these projects go ahead. We are rapidly getting out, the debt is getting out of control. The amount of interest.
So Mark, can you just confine yourself to the amendment and the specifics?
Well, I'm trying to explain the consequences of not consulting on this, which is not being upfront with the community about our debt position and the pressure these are putting on us trying to control debt when our interest servicing alone is nearly funding a new swimming pool every year. This is crazy. So I cannot believe that people are sticking their heads in the sand. It's only a consultation. Let's hear from the community on these projects, and then we can make a decision on them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Mayor, I hear what Mark is saying. The concern I have with here is we're dealing with the AP and the long-term plans for future discussion, not far away. Council previous to me have made a decision that these are in the mix. And you heard what they said about fundraising and basically credibility of their program. So I do think we have a good faith issue here, how we're working with our community, and we need to be very consistent with decisions we make and, you know, honouring the process, etc. So if I'm clear that if we went with this, there's no budgetary provision in the AP, it's removed, and that's as I understand it. That's not good faith to me. In terms of, you know, our commitments, we've been told they've been spending money, and council officers are working on these projects. And I know we're in a difficult environment, but their debt cap, we'll get back to it because that's what I end up in all of my thinking. The DC's 20 million plus bucks are not in that, but as I've heard, they should be in that debt mix because it's an obligation. We've collected the money and they're for projects, community projects. So it's I'm even more concerned now about the debt cap moving and not the liability that we've got. And you need to be more transparent on that matter. So I don't support that because of our good faith approach to governing our relationships.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. I got Councillor Fernyhough and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just want to ask a question about if and when we do go for consultation, will that rate increase for these community projects be present in that? Because I understand that rates are going up. I understand that things are affordable, but especially looking at the Tapawera hub and the Waimea South hub, it's a rate increase of 0.05 with those two things. So I think it is important that we communicate. I know any amount of money is a lot of money, but that is quite an insignificant rate rise for a hub that can provide resilience, can provide space for people to connect, and can provide a lot of positives for a community for quite a small increase. And I'm wondering if that will be a part of the consultation.
Certainly, there's no problem with listing in the consultation document the impact of the community facilities, whatever ones are included in the budget.
However, just to be clear, so that the answer to the question is clear, there will be no budget in the annual plan for these projects. Now, we can put wording around it, we can make statements about the benefits or otherwise, we can say that, you know, one of the options is to put them back in and that would result in a rate increase of 0.5. We can say all of that, but the fundamental starting point is they are not in the annual plan.
Yeah, I absolutely do not support that. Cool. Thank you.
Just clear what we're voting on when we get to voting. Thank you. Who have I got now? Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, just to, I really appreciate all the clarifications that we've received here, especially about the impact of this amendment on the future of all facilities, essentially. My understanding, and some in the gallery may not be aware of this, is that some of these facilities have a better chance of not only paying their operational expenses, but also paying down the debt that, you know, we'd be that need. So those facilities, I'm very happy to support. There's absolutely no reason why we should not support them. So if this amendment would lead really throwing a serious spanner in the works for them, then I can't support that. Even though this is contrary to what I said initially. So thank you very much for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you. Which is why often the wording of resolutions are very, very important, because to consult is one thing, to consult on the preference of actually makes quite a significant difference. Okay, any other? Sorry, Councillor Walker. My God.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Pretty tricky sitting here as an elected member for a district, isn't it? When you've got something that's right on your doorstep. And Councillor Morgan brought it up before about good faith. And in good faith, we sit here representing all of our communities. And in good faith, I've sat here for quite some time listening to the said facility that has been proposed for Motueka, and the korero, the language and the endorsement and support that this council has already provided for this group. You think of Washbourne Gardens, Twilight, the Christmas carols. Who did Tasman District Council allow to go there and promote and support? The pool, the Motueka Aquatic Centre. So it's kind of really hard to sit here and go, as much as I'm one for keeping my rates down, that you've endorsed and supported the mahi and all the work that's gone in, and then today you're going to turn around and throw it in their face and say, no, we can't do that. Let's put it back out to the long-term plan and consult then. So acting in good faith and being good neighbours, you have to actually go on and dig into the journey of where some of these facilities have been and the amount of time that we have brought this back to our staff and they've brought it back to us. The amount of feasibility studies alone and the cost of what we would have got for a pool had it been done 20 odd years ago, and what the cost is going to be, the actual reputational costs now of us endorsing something and then pulling the wool under their feet again. I don't know if we can live with that reputational damage. We've become a council known as we're too hard to deal with. Here's an opportunity to prove, actually, we endorse what other councillors have said. We endorse the work that's gone in. And if we've allowed them to raise half of what the community needs to come up with and then slam it in their face, I wouldn't want to be the one to actually put my name on that vote. So I cannot, sorry, Councillor McNamara, support your amendment for this particular item.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I was going to say something, but I'll just say I agree. I agree with Councillor Walker. That will short circuit the conversation. Unless there's any further speakers, I'll come back to Councillor McNamara for his right of reply. And then I'll put the amendment. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I love the passion around the table. It's I'm not proposing that we cancel them by any stretch of the imagination. As you say, it's very hard to sit around here as a district councillor. It would be very easy for me to support the Wakefield community facility because it's our turn to have some money spent. Motueka can complain all they like, but they've got a brand new library sitting over there and we have no library. I could go on. But we're sitting around here as district councillors and we have to look at the situation of our current debt. We have to look at the events that have happened recently, the dam blowing out again, and we can't keep absorbing blowouts. $150 million of dam debt blowout and no adjustment at all was made. Had this council sat around the table back then and made adjustments to accommodate that debt, we'd be in a very different discussion today, but we're not. So I'm reacting to the situation that I find myself in. We have, you say it's got a very minimal impact on rates, but it has quite a significant impact on the debt if we include all these facilities. Because that money, although it was raised for a specific task, it's been assimilated, it's gone. So every dollar we spend is added to the debt. It's not coming out of a cash fund somewhere. It's not the first time that we've pushed a project down the road. I remember arriving here thinking that we were going to have we had money put aside for a regional boat ramp. Never mind that got pushed so far down the road it disappeared altogether. In terms of why I've gone to the wording I've gone, it's because if we don't start there, then money can continue to be spent on these projects within the CEO's $6 million budget. So I find myself having, again, to take a hard line rather than a soft line approach to ensure that I get the outcome I want. So I would rather go with that wording and have the community feedback and we make a decision than the other. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. It is now been debated. The mover has had his right to reply, so I will put the resolution. I'm assuming it will be done, but yes, I didn't even need to say. I was working on that basis that it is done by division. Everyone clear what they're being asked to vote on? Right. Kelsey.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Ellis.
Against.
Councillor Fernyhome.
Against.
Councillor Greening.
For.
Councillor Gully. Councillor Hume.
For.
Councillor Woods. Councillor Walker. Councillor Neubauer.
Against.
Councillor Morgan. Councillor McNamara.
For.
Deputy Mayor Maru.
Against.
Councillor Kinnenmont.
For.
Mayor King.
Against.
Lost 8-6.
Right. Thank you again for considering the amendment. We're now back to the substantive resolution. For a number of times, we've arrived back at the substantive motion, but thank you for testing those various components on the way through. So we're now back at the substantive motion, moved and seconded. So again, open for debate. We've had a lot of debate on the way through. I think many people have spoken at some length about, in relation to the amendments, about the broader context in which we're considering, and we've had the opportunity to test some of the key components of that. So feel free not to add any more unless you really feel you need to, but obviously everyone can have a comment on the substantive motion before I put it. So I will take Councillor Walker first.
Thank you, through Mayor. Just a point of clarification, really. When we're talking about item 2, which is the emissions trading scheme, my understanding was that that was a proposal for us to seek to sell these credits completely subject to the market conditions. So where does the how do we clarify what that means at the end of the day if the market conditions are not worth selling them?
Through the chair, effectively, as of like last Tuesday, they are worth $347,000. So I guess it's about if they're roughly worth what we've quoted in the resolution, we'll sell them. If they're materially low, we'll hold on to them until such price as the price rises close enough to this value. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense, but so if they were to devalue from the 347, at what point does that affect our bottom line? Because we've given, if you read the room correctly in the workshop and the tea settled in the right place, the tea leaves, you would have heard that we didn't want to sell them for next to nothing. So at what point do you call that, and what implications does that have on our bottom line if we don't sell the 350? Okay.
I mean, through the chair, we have about 16 months to sell them. And it's, at the price right now is, as I say, we could sell them after actually this approves us to sell it now. So in fact, we could act on this in the next week to settle up and achieve that price. And then we have 16 months if we don't do that now to achieve the same price. And they have been traditionally higher than the value are they at the moment. It's about $43 or something. So I'm reasonably comfortable we can realise this value, at least for the next few months.
So just following up on the question. So let's just, for a moment, think that they dropped to $100,000. I presume you would come back to the council and go, look, you passed a resolution annual plan, you've budgeted for $350,000 worth of revenue. We had 15 months, we've waited, they've dropped further. Do you still want to sell them at a loss effectively, or less than you have budgeted for? Or do you want to effectively run a deficit, deal with it in the next annual plan, 10-year plan conversation, etc.? So I take it the option is for the staff to not just go, oh my gosh, we're getting to 15 months, they're now worth $50,000, we're going to sell them because the resolution says so. You would come back to us and say, these are the consequences of now implementing what you've said.
Let me put it another way. Yeah, so I think we can realise them for 350. The point that we're basically there now, so we can act on this quickly, realise this value, and move on. Because what we're asking here is a minimum price, effectively, of 350 or close enough. However, should we not get in and sale it quick enough, and take your point, Mr. Mayor, $100,000, we would be coming back to council and saying, what do you want to do? I did seek advice around, one of the councillors asked around the long-term price of these, and our advisor, it's a volatile market in a volatile world. So,
okay, thank you. Good question, Councillor Walker. Councillor Neubauer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got one more question, what could be more, around the weather-related recovery rate. The papers that we've received state that the weather events that this is supposed to cover resulted in a net recovery cost of approximately 14.6 million. How certain are we that the recovery cost is 14.6 million?
Matt or Dwayne?
Through you, Mr. Chair, when we came back with a change number from 12 million to 14.6 million, that was 2, 3, 4 weeks of work where we actually went and talked with the individual managers responsible for rivers, roading with the two big ones, solid waste. There's numerous other smaller areas. I suppose the degree of certainty was great in all areas but rivers. The degree of funding associated with those areas was also reasonably confident as well for those areas outside of rivers. The rivers are still doing work to determine exactly what the damage is, etc. And the other side of that is the funding is via NEMA and Aon, which again are outside organisations, not NZCA, where they've made a commitment about percentages, etc. It's a process that continues. I welcome the Rivers General Manager, Rob, to add more if he has more information. But the level of certainty around the river costs in particular are not as well known, as well understood. So there is a possibility for that to increase.
Thanks, Matt. I'll come to Rob in your answer. Okay. Will you be more confident by the time we get through the consultation process and are in a position to actually make the decision on both the quantum and the process that we've been through after consultation? How much are you confident you will be in a better position to clarify that figure? Because I presume at that point we have to have a figure. We can't have a range or an up to or a...
Yeah. No, definitely. It would be 6 months further along, 6 weeks, unfortunately, further along in terms of the consultation process, or actually it's probably a couple of months. So I'm sure we will re-look at that particular number. Again, I can't imagine it's actually going to be finished by that. The Aon deliberations especially are not straightforward. And I can't, it could get worse. I
think that's the reason.
So it could get.
But at that point, just so we're clear, there will have to be a number.
Yes.
And if that number proves to be less than the total cost, then by the time we arrive at the next annual plan / 10-year plan, there will be another sum of money to find, either through the mechanism we're currently proposing or some other mechanism.
Yes.
But we have to have an actual number. It can't.
No, it's a specific rate, so it needs, it needs specific.
Given subsequent, please, given the uncertainty around this budget and what we are actually trying to recover through this new rate, I'm a little bit uncomfortable around fixing a particular number for the next 5 years. And I wonder whether we should have a point at which we review this.
So today we are not fixing the number. Today we are putting a number in for consultation. That is, Matt, just hopefully by 2 months, when we get the submissions and the staff continue to work with insurance and NEMA, there may be a different number. There may be the same number. It is unlikely that either of those numbers are the final number, but we will have to fix it at that point. But we're not fixing it today.
Okay, I understand that. But if we are still uncertain at that point, we should probably pop an amendment in there that we review this rate in a year's time.
I suppose through you, Mr. Mayor, there'll be a natural review process as part of the LTP. We only adopt annual plan, so we're only adopting 1 year. We actually know what it'll be for the 5 years, but if we get better information, that'll change. But we're only setting the rate for the first year.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Woods.
Thank you, through the Mayor. It's been raised earlier about our reputational risk and our relationship with our communities. And I want to touch on that a little bit around our projections on our financial health, our projections for rates increases, and how we continually manage to blow these out. I just get a feeling that that is where we need to adjust our forward thinking and possibly our scope of work that we take on as a council, and align ourselves better with the financial realities that our community households hold. So when it comes back to the affordability of rates, we have no clear metric. We're compounding the rates at close to 10% per annum, and certainly our household incomes are not doing that. So we were offered in a workshop an option C, which was a review of the scope of work and service provision within our community. We never got the chance to discuss that. And so I've got a particular concern around the paper in front of us today that we're doing this without any review of our internal offerings of service provision or efficiencies that could be gained. And we haven't done anything with the councillors around what their thoughts on that process could look like.
Through the chair. The reason why we haven't really explored option C was the amount of time it would have taken. We've had to kick off the LTP, where those questions will be answered then. Last year we did a lot of work around going through every line of our budget. The previous council did, and there didn't seem to be much scope in there for significant changes. Well, yeah, it's an LTP discussion, because to change any levels of service or whether to look at what to stop, what to add, is a bigger discussion around the whole picture. Taking little bits and pieces actually doesn't help. In some ways, we lose the integrity of the actual whole system. So I understand that option C, you wanted to explore it, but literally we do not have the time to do that in the time frame we've got to strike the rates on the 1st of July. So that will be, we're starting that financial discussion on the 1st of April, and we'll start looking at, okay, what are those financial envelopes looking like? Because if there's a financial envelope that you want to set, then if that's the direction we go, then we would have to make some central changes to the organisation and how we operate. And that may mean dropping services, etc. So that's probably, I know that's disappointing, but there isn't a lot of time to do a whole reorganisation and review.
Thank you. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I think the process has failed us a bit. As already acknowledged, we really didn't explore any cost savings, any. There could have been a few, but even they weren't even looked at. This plan takes us to the end of a financial year where there is nothing in here driving cost savings. We're increasing rates to double digits and we're borrowing more. That's a massive red flag. You talk about being honest with the community. You need to be honest with the community because that swimming pool's still got 20 million to spend on it, not 0.5. You're lining yourself up for not having a frank conversation. I remember what people saying. Do the core stuff first, nice to have a second, to keep everything affordable. And you're just lining yourself up for more and more debt. And again, if you're not making savings this year, and there is no incentive in this plan to make savings, it's all about increasing costs where there could be some savings. And we're told that the CEO doesn't want to go in certain directions to make some immediate savings, which I think could be made. The public are going to be really upset. I don't support this double rates. I don't think there's any tension in this annual plan to make savings. And so I won't be supporting it as it currently stands. This is again kicking it down the road to the LTP, and yet again, we're not going to see many savings. And again, you're going to have a conversation about, can we still afford the pool? Well, if we keep expanding the debt horizon, yeah, you can afford anything. And that's what I see around the table is we're deluding ourselves unless we're very comfortable taking this to 400 million, which is where you're going to end up in 2 years.
Thank you. Anything further before I look to put the resolution? I will come back to the mover for a right of reply. The whole resolution, yep. So just before I come back to Deputy Mayor Murray, look, I've been through these processes a lot for a very long time. My biggest regret is going back when I first started, the decade and a half of 2.3s and 1.6% increases, which at the time sat around this table with a very different group of people and thought we were doing the right thing to try and keep the rates down. But the reason we are now in the position we are, had we done 4% on average, which ironically is kind of the figure that the rates cap is now talking about, possibly a lot of these decisions would be slightly different. But I have sat through a period that when we came in 1998, that council, there'd been decades of 0% rate increases. So under the county councils, there'd been, a lack of investment in community facilities, water, waste, roads, the whole lot of stuff. So there was a big catch-up period at that point. Debt expanded significantly. Like at that time, the debt was very low, and that was all poured into capital: water, wastewater, stormwater, roading. We were sealing gravel roads, kilometres and kilometres, tens of kilometres every single year for decades to catch up on what at that time the community and the council saw as underinvestment and the need to spend more money. So there is no simple or easy way. Low rate increases lead to challenges. High rate increases lead to challenges. You can't finance or structure your way out of the fundamental issues that we run a very large district with a massive amount of assets, many billions of dollars, that every day cost us money. It's not just swimming pools that cost us money every year. Every single thing we do does not recover cost other than from the ratepayers or the users of the service. Water, wastewater, stormwater, parks, reserves, roads, everything is a cost. You can't just pick one thing out and go, oh, yeah, we have to fund that at rates. Everything is funded by the ratepayer. Our only assets that return revenue that is not from the ratepayers are ports, airports, and some of our commercial investments. So that is the job we've all chosen to take on. We are a cost to our community. What we have to satisfy ourselves is, for that cost, are we providing a wide range of services, both core and inverted commas? And I would highlight that the government's own definition of core includes museums and community facilities and all those things, civil defence, etc. When it comes to this year's rate increase, 9.9%, absolutely headline, not a figure that I think anyone would be deliriously happy with. However, when you break it down, 2.4% of that is the flood recovery. And yes, we have a policy that says we will fund that retrospectively through debt. That is where we sit currently. That may change under the LTP. 2.4%, 5% water, wastewater and stormwater. Absolutely essential services, biggest drivers of both rates for the majority of our ratepayers in the urban connected communities and debt across the board. every other single thing we do, all of those community things that we've had a big discussion about today. So parks, reserves, museums, community facilities, roads is in the other bit, which is 2.3.
Yeah.
2.3%. So I guess it's just really important that when we go out, regardless of what the decision is today, that we explain really, really clearly what it is that people are paying for. And then it's for them to make a judgment, which they then, obviously provide back to us over whether they see that as value. And I'm acutely aware that not everyone will see what we're proposing as value to them individually. But ultimately, our decision is not about everyone individually. It's about the community as a whole, and trying to get that balance right. So in terms of consultation, I support the resolution. The last thing I'd like to reiterate is I am acutely aware there has been a massive amount of work by staff. So there is not as though they have just sat out the back through this process since this council was elected and ignored all of the messages that they are acutely aware are coming through, firstly, the election results, the platforms that people stood on, the communication and workshops that we've had since. They are acutely aware of the pressure, and they've given us their best effort. And the figure they started considering before we got to 11.2 and then 9.9 was significantly higher. If they had just said, here is absolute business as usual, we have made no effort to adjust it at all, the figure is X. And the massive amount of work that goes on out there and all the complexity, that figure came from up here to 11.2. We subsequently workshopped and said, not acceptable, 9.9. That's where we sit today. Now the community gets their say, and then ultimately we'll have to reflect that in whatever way we choose to at the point where we make decisions on submission. So for the purposes of today, I support the resolution as moved.
Happy to be put.
I'll put the resolution. You want it done by division, Councillor Greening, I assume?
That's what I asked for.
Yep, thank you very much. So it will be done by division. Kelsey.
Councillor Butler. For. Councillor Ellis. For. Councillor Fernyhough.
For.
Councillor Greening.
Against.
Councillor Gully. Councillor Hume.
Against.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Neubauer.
Against.
Councillor Morgan. Councillor McNamara.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Maru.
For.
Councillor Kinnenmont.
Against.
Mayor King.
For.
Lost. 7-7.
All right. So now
Equal.
I have no idea what happens at this point because you have no draft annual plan. You have nothing to go to a community with. Never been in this position before. So, every day is a learning day. But we will now adjourn again and we will take some advice as to what happens next. And we will come back and report back to you post. You can all take lunch now. For half an hour, we'll be back at 1:45 with what we do now. realise this is a slightly unusual meeting format. And so at this point, we are now going to go to the confidential part of the agenda where we will consider the items that are there. We'll then come out of confidential back into the open meeting. The earliest that will be is 2:30. But if the confidential items take somewhat longer, we will break before we come back into the public meeting. So if you wish to come back in to hear the subsequent discussion on the other agenda items, we will do that then. So 2:30 earliest, maybe slightly later, depending on how long this takes. In the meantime, we just need to adjourn the item that we were just discussing to enable us to continue to discuss it when we come back to the open part of the meeting. So if people are happy with that approach. And then we will get further advice on steps from here when we come back into the open meeting. So is everyone clear? Cool. So if you could, we'll now look for a resolution to go into committee based on the resolution contained in the agenda and the reasons outlined in it.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor, I have a foreshadowed motion.
But I'm not sure we can even entertain a foreshadowed motion in the current circumstances, Councillor Greening, because we are now entirely uncertain as to what the loss of the previous resolution means. We will cover this when we come back into open meeting, and if at that point it is possible to consider a foreshadowed motion, we will consider it. But as I said earlier, this is an entirely out of the ordinary set of circumstances, and it is going to be crucially important that every step we take from here is very legally robust. We will almost certainly need to get some external legal advice on making sure that the steps we take from here don't trip us up at the end when we adopt a final document, should we get to that point. So at this point, I'm not entertaining any further motions on that item until we come back into the open part of the meeting.
So we will be voting today then, or are you?
No, we almost certainly won't be voting today because it's very unclear as to. All this will be explained when we come back into the open meeting.
Pretty clear to me. What was put forward has been rejected.
I'm very clear that what has been put forward was rejected. The question that I'm sure you don't know, and I certainly don't, and no one in the staff can tell me with certainty, is what happens now. So
we put up another motion and we vote.
Not how it works, Councillor Greening. So that I am clear about. So
happy to move.
Right. So a motion to go into committee. Move Councillor McNamara. Seconded Councillor Neubauer. We're now in committee. The first item on the in committee agenda